Testing audio. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sounds good. In that case, we can get started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy, where we are waging war against bloat, over-abstraction, obfuscation. We are building a game with no game engine from not quite scratch. We have 4 dependencies that we allow, and we only add abstractions when we need them. And we have a feature that will use it. Last time we fixed our final audio issues, so the sound now sounds good. And we started on multi-line text, but honestly we were just cramming in as much easy wins as we could in the last, half hour or so. So it was a little bit rushed. Honestly, got further than I thought I would in that time, but that's where we're going to pick up today, right where we left off. So let me update the old journal and the to-dos, get things started as we all prepare our beverage of choice for the day. Okay, so over to the journal. This is where we left off. Vertical center isn't right. I think I know what to do there. Horizontal center, yeah, we haven't even touched that. And yeah, so that'll be a good place to start. So honestly, that start was good. So today, tasks. I do not know why these are indented this way. All right. Multi-line text. Support, we need vertical alignment. Right. Just vertical alignment. It's implied that we want to do things correctly, hopefully. Horizontal alignment. We want apply all updates to multi-line text as well. So we have the idea of text, which is we get the font data into a 1 byte per pixel texture, which literally just contains, I think we define it as a red channel for the color, it doesn't matter. And then we multiply that by a color. So the basic text object we have is 1 color per text object. But we wanted support for, for being able to have the different letters within the text have different colors. So we made a multicolored text that actually requires a different vertex buffer layout than just plain text buffer, plain text that we were doing here. So we, unfortunately right now, are manually applying certain types of changes to both. There are aspects of these that I want to pull out into a separate component, but I haven't got it clear in my mind. So until I know what I want to do there, we're just going to keep applying updates to both classes as needed. This is one of the joys of working on your own software by yourself. No time pressure. You take as long as you want to think about a problem until the solution becomes clear. So, for example, the text and multicolored text both have very good texture quad handling. And I want to pull that out and actually extract that functionality into our color quad and our texture quad batch classes as well as a separate component. But as far as color management here goes, and maybe that separation is going to be good enough. But anyway, we'll get around all that. So we get those done. Then over to the old to-do list. cursor. We could either fix the text edit cursor, so up until now the text edit cursor assumes everything is a single line of text. With multi-line support, we'll have to change that cursor positioning. Ooh. So that's fair. Then yeah, we'll address those other things as we. Let's see, let's update this. Maybe we clip our text within a rectangle. Maybe we require text wrapping or allow text wrapping as a flag. We've got a couple different ways we can go. So let's go. Good 3 tasks to tackle early today. We'll see how far we get with those. So over the journal, start with 3 items. Seems good. All right. So let's get to it. In text, where we vertically center things. This is the centering, which we'll have to completely move. Here is this one. Now, what I think I've been doing wrong is all we really need to do is take the adjustment to the top plus the adjustment to the bottom. And divide by 2. I think before I was adding in this term here before this nonsense, like, streamer brain. I think if I just take the offset to the top, the offset to the bottom, and just take the middle, that should give me a reasonable vertical offset. The top alignment and the bottom alignment both look fine to me in our test case, so I think we just split the difference and call it good. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Oh, okay. So vertical center, top, bottom. There, easy win. Look at that. We are so good. Okay, so left align obviously works fine. Center does not. That's not centered text the way we would want. And right align doesn't either. Because we're taking the maximum and minimum X values per text, not per line of text. So that's the main difference we'll have to do there. So let's get out of this. Let's go back into our to-do real quick, because that reminded me of a couple of things I wanted to add. Tech. Additional character spacing. So right now we just move by the amount of the advance. Yeah, a couple of caveats there. But then we can't like space the characters out more if we want to. So that is a thing we will be adding. Because later on we're going to do some art behind some of the letters, and we will have to make sure that the letters align within the art. So being able to modify my character spacing is going to be a big deal. The other thing is line spacing. So right now this is the alignment we've just looked at. This is 0 spacing, right? That one. Let's go. Oops, put that back in. Okay. So the Y and the B, the bottom of this Y and the top of this B, just cross over each other, right? So this is a line spacing of 0. We want to be able to increase it within reason. I'm thinking if I hard fix, limit it to 0, what we see now, to 2, where 2 is not what you think it means, maybe. We'll see how it looks. We'll play with that. So that's what we're going to do, line spacing as well. So we got a few things to work on. Yeah. Additional, optional character spacing, line spacing, constrained to reasonable amounts. Okay. Okay. So that was the vertical spacing. So we should save our work. Actually, let's go clean that up. Text. This is nigh unreadable. So we're going to do this. Int offset to top. Int offset to bottom. Which is still a bit on the long side. Set to bottom. This is literally offset to top plus offset to bottom by 2. Literally just split the difference. Okay, this one, can we rework this to be any more readable? It's that thing minus this thing. So we add from the rectangle bottom number of lines times the height above our baseline of text minus the amount below. Okay, that looks readable. That's better. Okay. That journal. Vertical alignment for text is done. Easy wins. I woke up this morning with a solution. Sometimes I'll do that. I'll wake up in the morning with either the solution or 2 or 3 ideas to try. I'm more of a, I found that I solve a lot of problems passively. Even when I was in high school or college, a lot of the times if I was having an issue, take a shower, go do something, do exercise, go dancing, whatever, wake up in the morning, and the answer is there. Okay. Yeah, last night we had basically support for top and bottom, but not for center. So back in, we're on horizontal alignment. This one we have to do not per text, but per line. So here in this first one, the line starts at 0. So what this means is, when we hit a new line character, we already know the min x is 0. That's where line always starts. So min x goes away. Max x. Okay, blah, 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 blah. So within the new line, we can set our max x back to the start of a line after we do everything we need to. Yes, we can reorder this a little bit. Okay, so this basically handles all 3 new line cases for the different operating systems in case we care. Move x back to the top, back to 0. And current y moves down a line. Add to the number of lines. So before this x thing happens is where this goes. Okay, so compute a dx. Then that's for the row. We're going to grab this. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure we're properly supporting spaces or tabs right now. Anyways, so we'll have to test that. So I'm going to grab this. Here to new line. Okay. And we're only updating x values, not y values. Here, likewise, we're only updating y values, not x values. And the last piece of this puzzle is we have to know what quad the line started on. Because it's the quads we move. Just a moment. Daddy. Okay, well, seems to have resolved itself. Okay. This is the quad at the start of the line, and this is the quad at the last quad before we got a new line. So that's a little bit of bookkeeping we will have to do. And we want to take into account spaces. So we'll do that here. I'm kind of, unfortunately, kind of splitting my thoughts a little bit here, where I'm keeping track of max x, but it has to do with taking into account both the left edge of the glyph and the width of the glyph. Then we just add a space to it, which is fine. This is all assuming left to right text. I'm not supporting right to left. So we need to keep track of these two quad numbers. We can do that. Down here. Oh. Excellent. Okay. So last piece. It lines first quad index equals -1. Int lines last quad index equals -1. Okay. Is that it? If we get a C, there's no quad there. If we get a tab, there's no quad there. If we get this, lines first quad index, lines last quad index, less than or equal to, less than or equal to? I'm not sure. I'll have to look at that, see how we're computing quad index. Actually, up to just quad index. We don't have to keep track of the max. The max is always the last line quad. Last quad is just quad index. Now, minor correction. We need to call this something different. And only within this for loop. So line quad index. So quad index, line quad index. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do not change this one. Instead of int quad, we'll go line quad. Ugh. Only I can remember how this works. Quad, line, quad. Okay. It's less than quad index. And now, if lines first quad index less than 0, lines first quad index equals quad index we're looking at, which we're going to put our glyph into. I think that's that. Now, maximum x, current x max x. Looks good. We can shrink this down a little bit for reasons, I guess. Let's just see what happens. I don't know if that's enough to get what we want. We should put semicolons in. Min x is no longer a supported thing. Because it will always be 0. We'll see how close we got. Thinking this problem through. Why? There we go. Okay, so that is left, right. Okay, not even close. Left, center. Right, center, left. Okay. The last line is being ignored because we didn't hit a new line character. So we need to, after... Oh, okay, and a couple of other issues. Okay. When we do this, we need to set lines first quad index equal to -1. So we basically say, actually, let's say quad I think we just started that. I think that's the simplest way to do this, because that will be the next quad regardless. So that should help some. Okay, right. Oh, look at that. Those two, perfect. Left, center. Now we just need to fix the last line problem. Great. And for that, we need to pull this code out. We're going to use it in two places. Here, and once at the end, if our line's first quad index is not equal to quad index. Update text. Void shift line int delta x int first index int last index non-inclusive or end index, stop index. We'll start stop. We stop when we get to that index, not after. I think that wording is better. Line, horizontally. That is much more descriptive. Instead of dx, we instead pass in max x. I think that's all we need. Line of horizontally given max x. Lines first quad index to the current quad index. That just about does it. A few renames here and there. We've got our max x. Instead of this, oops, We start index, stop index. Okay. Almost there. With that little refactor, at the end of text, last lines, horizontal text adjustment. If lines first quad index is not equal to quad index, so if our last character is a new line, these will be equivalent. If our last character is not a new line, then we have to center the last line. Do we still have max x allowed available here? I think we do. See if that works. If that works, we might be close to done. Max X advance. That's all right. X was not declared. That's true. Okay, now left, right. Hey, even the last line works. Center. We've done it. Top, left, center, right. Center, right, center. Top or left, yeah. Bottom, right, center, left. We now have multi-line text support. Yay! Not bad, actually. Which means we have to port all of those changes to multicolor text. Okay, so that's all committed. One more piece we need now is to support those changes we made to the text object, to the multicolor text object. But alignments are working reasonably well. So let's get into that. So for those watching, I have a text object, which is basically just a single byte per pixel, which describes, it's just a value, and then we multiply that by a color. So text objects are all a single color for all the text. I needed multicolored text somewhere else, so we made a separate class for that where each letter has its own color in the vertex buffer. So unfortunately, right now we have a bit of duplication of functionality between text and multicolor text. but I haven't decided where in my mind to carve out the common components and what to share and what not to share between the two. So for now, it means we're doing some manual edits to both of them at the same time. So we are updating the multicolored text to behave like the text. That's just the way it's got to be, I'm afraid. Until I decide what I want to do there. Parts of it are obvious. Parts of it I'm definitely putting off until the next game. Like, we do need to press on, and technologically these are sound. So the fact that there's duplicate code in there, it doesn't bother me too much. Before we start the next game, we'll do a bit of a cleanup between text and multicolored text. So, next thing. Text. I think the only thing we really added is a line of text horizontally. Go to multicolored text. Header file. Okay, about multicolored text. Header. There we go. Right after update text. So text.cpp. Multicolor text.cpp. Update tag. Date text. Yes, duplicate code is terrible, but we deal with it. Now, to make our text look the same in both worlds, happens starting here. Our text is dirty, or now there are some interesting things we could do that would be faster. Okay, so there's another possible future work. Let's go to 2. Actually, let's see. There was a text edit. Character insertion and index in text could be much more efficient than what we were doing here and here. And we could actually also do text alignment updates without re-updating all of the quads. So I want to put these 3 to-dos in my to-do tech audio. So tech. And we don't have to do that this release. That's why it's in the discarded or delayed tasks. We'll do it on the next game if we do it at all. So text, multi-color text. Isolate shareable code as new component. Do I have batch? It's basically this thing as a sub element of that. There are other aspects of text that we want to. Okay, there's that one. Then from text edit, add character insertion. To text, that would be much more efficient. And character deletion at index. Because what we're doing here is we make a copy of the text, the string that the text is drawing, and then we add our character to it, and then we set the text itself with this new string, which is a reasonably expensive process. Whereas if we can just say, look, text, insert a character here, and it goes and checks its own quad buffers to see if it has enough quads to add it. It can just copy a bunch of quads over and then slap the new one in where it belongs. Ooh, can it? It might not be able to. But it's something we would at least have to explore. Maybe more efficient in many cases. And if your length is greater than exceeds your capacity anyways, well, you had to reallocate that buffer anyway. So, and actually a direct copy of everything before that point would be more efficient. So, yeah, even in the worst case, you're not doing anything worse than what we're doing now. Same with character deletion. Character deletion, yeah, forward and backward deletion, I see. This would 100% be more efficient. So character insertion, character deletion. Texture, actually, let's. Some items, I guess. That seems to be a better way to do this. Other textures. So, for example, the text buffer is a single color channel texture. And there are maybe other times where we want to compress our data a lot, and all we need is the 1 byte to get what we want. 3 would be RGB, then 4 would be RGBA. RGBA. It's like font atlas texture, which really only just uses the red channel and nothing else. So those are things we want to consider. If anybody's watching the stream, welcome. I just stream of consciousness until people ask questions. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep coding and stream of consciousness about what I'm doing. Image warehouse embedding should also configure default wrap options. Configure embed. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so back in here. Which is farther away from where we started. Okay. Go to multi. Sorry, I gotta write things down while I'm thinking about them. Okay, so we have min x line count. Okay, so I have line count. We need line count. Current x, max x. We do not have a min x anymore. Current y, quad index. The line, the first quad of the line. Okay. Spaces, tabs. Have been changed. So you just copy that code, nothing changes here. Same thing here. This is an easy copy paste. MultiColorText spaces per tab. Maybe we want that configurable per text object. Right now it's in the class. I don't have strong feelings either way about that. I see this happened a couple of times. One, two, three different places where we force mono width or not. I don't think we can simplify that much. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it then. Then in here, we do processing if it's a new line character, including a standard Unix, old school Mac, or a modern Windows new line character return. Gotta love it. Align things horizontally. Set our first quad with line zeros. Okay, that's that. Within here, not actually many changes until this line, I think. Track bounding rectangle. Here. We do not need, oops, mid x anymore. It's always 0. Because of the way we've structured our world, which was a very good move on our part. Well done, us. We don't do x adjustments here, unless the last line did not end in a new line, which is basically this condition. dy has some semi-serious changes to it. Get our offset from the top, offset from the bottom. If we're going to move top alignment, bottom alignment. Actually, we might have reused the text. I don't think we gave it our own special alignment. Okay, and offset to top. Offset to bottom. Or the middle of the two. Now here, oops. We need to copy this into here and just take the x's. Oops. But we can keep those two lines there. I think that's gonna be there. This one only deals with y. So we apply x alignment adjustments per line, but we apply the y adjustments to the entirety of the text buffer, our text for text buffer. Is that it? To test this, we need text edit. We're going to hack text edit. Oof. Text multicolor. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, nope. That's fine. Care, don't care. Oop, that was the one this time. Don't. Okay, so now text edit should I'm going to change it to text. Oh, I copied it. Okay. So we're forcing text to edit to use the multi-line text or multicolor text instead. Bert is not there. Well, shoot. Oh. Right. Oop, no. Just let me grab this phone call. I hate robocallers. Okay. Let's see how this works out. X offset equals 0. The cursor is broken anyway, so can't fix that right now. This is probably the easiest way to test. Multi-line texts are up to date with text. Okay. So top, left, center, right, center left, center right, bottom left, center, bottom right, top, center, bottom, top, center, bottom. Okay. Seems to work okay. We could also change the color of one letter just so we can see. Can we? We should. We'll hard code it in just for the test. Set text. Modify text. Okay, so if we go underscore text dot set color set quad color of the second letter to make it something green. Well, let's make it nice bright. 128, 192. How's that? That way we know that we're getting a multicolored text and it shows up differently. There we go. Second letter is blue. So we've done it. We've proved it. Sure. One changes applied to multicolor text. Test in sandbox. Test. in sandbox with act in multicolor text in place of text for the text edit with a hard-coded second letter color as proof. This needs to be removed in the next commit. Okay. Boom, done. So, in text edit, we gotta put it back to what it was. We do not want multicolor text. This one, there it is. Then in text edit, we do not want to set text. Setting the second color hard-coded. Cursor. This one. And sandbox scene, nothing should have changed. We'll just compile, make sure we're back to the way we were. Commit that over the top. Run it. Okay. So we're back to working. It's status. Bit removed and code that was supporting testing of multicolor text. Okay. Journal. What? We've already got our 3 items done and we're an hour in. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, character spacing, line spacing. Those seem like something we should be able to reasonably do. In pretty short order. These will have reasonable defaults. We do not want to be down here with the dirty bits and the quads and vertices. Put it up here via line. Feels more like that kind of. Okay, default character spacing will be 0, and that will also be the minimum character spacing. We don't want to. Do we allow some negatives? Line spacing can default to something. Character spacing in pixels makes sense, but line spacing usually is done relative to the size of the font. And it can probably be a float. I don't see any reason that we need like bigger values than very smallish values, like double line spacing. I mean, do you need quad line spacing? I don't know, maybe. So maybe line spacing is 1 by default, with a minimum of 0. Set alignment. Set char spacing. Spacing pixels. Line spacing is a float. Spacing. It's not pixels, it's relative to the font size. Okay. For now, I think we do this. If spacing pixels not equal to underscore spacing, now it needs to be the other way around. Silent equals not equals m underscore line spacing not equal to spacing. Set the flag to dirty. Okay. That's the easy part. The rest of it, oh, well, nope. Assert spacing pixels greater than or equal to 0. Do I want to set an upper bound based on font size? I don't know. Insert spacing greater than or equal to 0. The smallest will allow. Let's go up to 4 for now. Zero less than or equal to spacing. Spacing less than or equal to 4. Can we so what I'm thinking is very similar to the other things we've talked about in the to-do list, where just because I said, hey, increase the character space, does not mean that we have to go through the entire texture atlas again, getting all the glyph info. Like, our previous spacing was this, and our current spacing was this. Can we just make a small adjustment to each quad and call it good? It'll be much faster while you're editing the text. So let's add that to our to-do. Forget. Char line spacing separate 30 lag just adjust quad positions. Like, why go through all that? But the easy thing to do is say, oh my gosh, the text has changed, just rewrite everything out with the new spacings. That's what we're going to do. Right now, fast and easy. We're not doing that much text processing, so I'm not worried about the performance implications at this point. As a nice between games tech upgrades, making our text objects as fast as possible is nice, especially if someday I write my own text editor. Okay. Therefore, update text. Delta plus m_char spacing. There, isn't that easy? All right, let's do this. Starts getting a little bit messier. Plus _ spacing times spaces per tab. That doesn't matter. One thing we did want to check, which I did not test, but we should. So here's the X advance. It's 0 plus equals character spacing. Alright, so what path do you take? Just shift everything over a tiny bit. Okay. I think that's it, actually, as far as character spacing goes. We want to test real quick is in this multi-line text. I want to know about lead spaces and trailing spaces. How that affects things. So let's just see how that looks. It should be zeros. Shouldn't make a difference. That is indeed a semicolon. How unfortunate. And the common word is not below. Easy cleanup. All right. Okay. We have to do a full clean and debug. We've changed things enough, I guess. Okay. All right. So we're gonna whip text into shape. It'll be able to do everything we want to now. Then what? Next week we will take a couple of hours to do code project progress analysis tools. But I don't need to do that this week. Okay. So with the spaces in, it does honor those spaces there, and if we go right, the GA isn't set a couple, and the center looks like it ignores the spaces, which is that something I want? Left, right, center. Okay, so measure this on screen a little bit. From the edge of the N to the edge of the A. That wide, the edge of the. Okay, so there's a small offset. Maybe I need to just put in more spaces. One thing we know how to do is putting in more spaces. 2, 6 spaces. We'll go 6 spaces. 6 spaces. Now let's go 8. 8 should be visible, right? 8. Oh, dang it, I did it clean. That's gonna take longer than I wanted. Alright. Okay. So yeah, I want to be able to center the text and then adjust lines left or right if you want to do something artistic and poetic. That's fine. I don't want the centering code to ignore those spaces. And I don't think it does. I just don't think the spaces are wide enough in that font to be as visible as we might want. And for whatever reason, the default line edit doesn't accept spaces or text edit. Yeah, fix that. Text edit. Basic key to char. it's number pad, number key, keypad key, if it's between A and Z. Okay. So this is why we aren't be able to type spaces. This is all hacked together pretty quickly. It's fine. Okay, so there's left, there's right, and center. Anybody is indented that way more than center, and is off center that way. Okay, so it is honoring the spaces. That's good. Which was the intention. Back to text. The only real thing now is that we need to add to the sandbox 2 items for our test. An integer spin box for character spacing, and an integer spin box for line spacing. Probably also need labels. M underscore label, R spacing, and line spacing. So we know which one we are editing. Okay. Oh, wait a second. These I want in its text test. Oh, I see. We are interleaving the. Okay, that's fine. Stop. Sorry about that. Let's see. So, set text, chart spacing, spacing, um, I think the spin box needed an update function. Because of focus, that was it. Okay. Render. There we go. We're looking for our spacing. Okay. This thing will need a font, as will these. They'll probably be the small ones. Set range, set value. So the character spacing will be from 0 to, I don't know, 20 pixels. Line spacing will be from 1 to 4. No. We'll go 10 to 40. For reasons, well, reasons easy to explain. Right now I only have integer spin boxes. I don't have double value or floating point value spin boxes. So we're going to take whatever number you pick and make it and divide it by 10. So, yeah, just for testing. So set range. We'll both get a value of 0, which is our default. The characters don't get extra spacing, and the line spacing doesn't get extra spacing by default. Okay, last piece, we need to give these things positions to live in, and then set their sizes. Which hopefully is consistent everywhere, but I'm not that hopeful. I've been known to be inconsistent in gamings before. Alright, last piece. Where do we put this? We put char spacing and line spacing somewhere. And basically the same thing for this spin. There. So relative, so these we don't care about. These are decorative. These are the horizontal alignment buttons and the vertical alignment buttons. So we take this X offset, Y offset. No, not quite that offset. I think they just keep the previous Y offset. From the last button that we advanced off of. Maybe we offset one more time here. Do a double. We get X offset, offset. Big button width, big button height. Let me go downward, I think. X offset, Y offset. Oh, let's go across. Yeah, X offset plus equals big button height plus spacing. I'm going to reset the X's here and the Y. Space here. Okay. Now let's just see where it draws everything. This time we do need to do clean. We've been adding things to header file. That always seems to blow up. I don't know why. Maybe one of these days I will switch to a more modern compiler. GCC lets me down in many ways. Might be time to switch to Clang. Except, there's one thing GCC will do that Clang will not, which I need for my compilers work, which we work on Fridays. One thing GCC will do that no other C++ compiler will do is it will allow me to have a table of labels. So I can do a go-to by label lookup by index, which is very nice for stateful machines. Oh, no spacing. Okay, what's it called? Big space? Big space. All right. Oh, we did a clean. Oh well, it's fine. Yeah, 130. Cruising along. I don't think these line spacing, character spacing should take us much longer than what we've got. We've got to add those things to multi-line text. I think they're just pretty simple. So we hook up the spin boxes to set those text objects spacings. Then we port the text items, the things we did in text, to multi-color text. I think that's all we have to do. This is moving along at a good clip today. Lots of good small tasks. I thought we would beat our head against the multi-line text wall longer than like an hour yesterday. We're an hour and a half in today. This isn't even a full day's worth of work to get multi-line text working. Okay, let's see where those draw. So they are not right. Definitely not right. So line spacing is way off. Okay, character spacing. X Oh. Okay. Next offset. We didn't actually copy all the things we needed. Offset. Offset. So that will help quite a bit. Big button width, big button height, width, height. This is advanced by our width. Ah, I need to remove the clean flag again. I hate it when I get into that sequence. Slows me down too much. If only GCC were a modern compiler. GCC don't create .gch files. There's a way I can suppress that. Stack Overflow. One thing we could do, maybe we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll see if we can. Because we don't need to specify the bounded blue. Ooh. Oh, no, I think this will mill it. Okay, well, let's just test what we've got. Make sure the layout looks more correct. Character spacing, line spacing. Vertically align those. All good. That's what I want. This thing. Dot set. Alignment. Text. Vertical alignment. Center. Text. H align. We can go left. We don't care about that. Ah, I removed the clean flag. Look at that. I think these pre-compiled headers are actually faster than what I end up having to do. So, character spacing is here, and it goes up to 20. That's 20 pixels between each character in addition to whatever offsets we are computing, which is a limit here anyways, not anywhere else. Line spacing should go as high as 40. Very nice. Okay. So it's working. Last piece, sandbox scene. Need a helper function. Set alignment. Void set char spacing in value. Set line spacing in value. Okay. Character spacing. Each of those. Unfortunately, my text edit does not expose those functions. So I cheat just for I'm kind of getting tired of this pattern showing up a lot. Can I not just... I don't really want to... Maybe what we do is we say text star add const. No, just text star. Text object. It may be that this is just an easier, better way to do it. Set rectangle color. Okay, turn the underscore text. Now we're done. We don't have to do anything special. Get text object. Two, which is also the right text edit CP address of it. Point two, set char spacing value. That's basically it. This test. Set char to set line. Float. Scale equals value divided by 10. And value scale value. Then two spinners. Underscore spin char line space char spacing dot set callback is a void function that takes an integer parameter. Set callback. Good. Thing. That thing will call set char spacing. Okay, close. We can test the character spacing. I think Okay, so if we increase the character spacing, everything seems to scale reasonably with it. Centering still works. Alignment. Line spacing we have not updated yet, but character spacing looks like it works. So let's go update the test for line spacing. Hit a new line character. Y plus equals that mass. Plus line spacing times equal to min height below baseline. That's a negative. We'll just try that. Maybe we want to take the maximum above the baseline. I don't know. We'll play with it. Just see how it looks. Run it. Line spacing. So in theory, this is single line spacing. 1, 0. It's not 0. 2. Single line spacing. So that's double space. Yeah, that looks a little too small. Full space. Quad space. Yeah, maybe we take the other value. Max height above baseline. Also, this is only possible because we're assuming ASCII only characters because this is an English-based game. The language itself has to be in English. Whoa! Okay, so that's why that's popping. So at 0 lines, that is a single spacing. That looks like double spacing to me. I guess that's single spacing. 0. No, I set my default to 1, 0. We're gonna say it's between 1 and 4. Sandbox. Value over 10. I think that's okay. Then the set range. Just make it 10 to 40. So it has to be between single line spacing and quad line spacing. We'll see what that looks like. Then we just apply those changes to MultiColorText. Okay. I thought oh, here we are. -1. There we go. Forgot to adjust that element. Boom. So that is a single line spacing. That looks like double spaced. Single spaced. Okay. Except my alignment isn't updating correctly. So where we update our Y, this thing. Bottom of the rectangle plus the number of lines times the number of lines -1 times this thing plus okay, int line spacing equals stuff times line spacing. Lines -1 times line spacing. Which is this chunk. Actually, think simplify. If we're removing one copy of the maximum height above baseline here, and then we're adding it back in here, I think we just, it's actually simplifies things a bit for us. Line spacing times that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Double spaced. And it continues to center correctly. Down to single spaced, bottom, up to double space, center, 1.5 space. All right. I actually think that's it. Character spacing, line spacing, and alignments are all under. Perfect. Boom, done. Next, little. Okay. It now has character spacing, line spacing, working alignment, adjusted to work as expected. Text has jar spacing and line spacing. All right. Maybe we did it this way. All of the spacing updates. There we go. That's probably makes more sense. Git status. Git add. Git. Edit. Okay. Looking pretty good. So let's go apply those changes to multicolor text. HTTP. All we really added here is these two fields. So multicolor text. Line spacing. We did add those two functions. That's not HTTP. After setting my feed. One more. I think I need to address the duplication of effort in text and multicolored text set. I really don't want to do that right now. Okay. So char spacing. Here's the space. So space width. Okay. Extra parentheses. Plus underscore char spacing. Okay. What to add is here. Line spacing happens in two places. Let's simplify this one back down to where we adjust the Y offset. That's it. Okay, then the test, we need to go to tab, edit. multicolor text. Multicolor text. Multicolor text. Edit. Set text. Set set color to make it white. Let's see if multicolor text is brought up to date with text. For testing. Okay. Oh, of course it blew up. This is one of those clean build things. Easy peasy. I think it is very close. Rectangular clipping is my next item. So a lot of times when you say put the text inside a rectangle, you don't want to draw anything of the text that falls outside that rectangle, which we currently would do. 100%. Definitely. Which is a little sad. But sometimes you do want that functionality, so we want it to be turn it on and off. But right now, the only way I can think to do it is to pass more uniform, to pass a rectangle to the uniform of the shader, saying here's where your drawing bounds are. Then every texel you draw, you have to check and see if it's inside the rectangle. Which, I mean, computationally, whoa. What's going on here? What's our text? 163. Oh. Okay, what's going on? if text dot length is greater than 2, only our longer ones will get a color change. That should fix it. Because I've got our integer spin boxes. We'll have one digit in them, which is one character in the text edit. Yeah. So this will be fine now. There. It says these are definitely multicolor texts. Now, top left, character spacing, things are. I've got to put it in one location. Right now, that's just those. 2. Okay, so I need to change the character. We missed 1. One space issue. Which was this one, I thought. No, let's take it out. Is that spacing not updating properly? Oh, I thought we were so close. 2 hours. Almost snack time. Instead of snack time, I just eat some leftovers. Alright, character spacing. The characters between the letters are not moving, just the spaces. But the distance between B and O is not stretching, only between the B and the Y and the W. The start of the X is also moving, so it's not there. Where is advance added? There it is. Plus equals plus underscore char spacing. That's probably true. Text as well. Did I really not notice that the first time we did this? I just didn't notice, then that's terrible. Okay, now character spacing. Center, right, left, right, center, line spacing, double spaced, left, right, center, top, center, bottom. Yeah. So make our character spacing huge, line spacing huge, top, center, line left, center, right. Double spaced, single spaced. Yeah. Okay, so that's working for. Whoa, what the? What happened there? What? Oh my. That's new. What happened? And why just that one word? It's B, Y, F, or G. That's C. Oh, interesting. It's not B, which means Y is definitely in, G is out, and F is in. Busty. Everything else seems to be working. So if we surrender and go back, oh, now it renders fine. So what happens when we come in from sandbox? What? And then this one's weird. Oh no! What is going on? Are my fonts not paging in and out right? Font sizes? I don't see anything on the output that would cause me to be confused. Stopwatch pause not running. That means we have a logic flow somewhere that's not right. Maybe it's an animation. Okay. Okay, so back to text, edit. Next edit. The other thing we need to do is put this back in. Oh, set plot color is still in there. Okay. Ooh. This is back to testing regular text objects. These are not updating. What is going on? Think. What did we do? It is. Why is that not updating the way that it should? Set char spacing. Set line spacing. No. That should be fine because alignment causes everything to reach correctly. Let's do a clean and fill. Maybe it's getting confused. I don't like it when it's confused. What else we've got to do today? Rectangular clipping, text wrapping. I don't know if I will feel like dealing with that today. It's 2:15. Text wrapping is actually somewhat of a hard problem because you have to choose where to wrap. So you have to look ahead for the next good breaking place and see if that's off the edge. So I guess you save a back history, or you have to either look ahead for all of the offsets, or you have to say, here's the last point where we were happy with this. Grab those and move them. Okay, now it's working as intended. So character spacing, line spacing, just the way we want. Put it like 3. Top, center, bottom, left, center, right. One, top, center, bottom, left, center, right. Okay, everything looks good. Multicolored text updated with char, spacing, like text. An issue with text, char, spacing, fixed at plus and journal. Here we are. Update bug. Yeah, text, charge spacing, both at the same time. Do not, let's see here, did test in sandbox, but multi other text changes will not be support. Let's see, but changes to support. There we go. Testing will not be committed. Okay. Oops. Yeah. I always forget to do that. If I make a change to a file after I've already done the add, you know, edit. There we go. Oh, oops. Just the one file. Add, edit, dash, no, edit. Ooh, okay, how are we doing? Time-wise, I think we're good. It's 2:20. A little bit early for snap, but not far off. Do we want to do rectangular clipping? I mean, the short answer is we do. We do. Okay, let's do this. We would rather actually do that. Than this one. Text wrapping. Text wrapping, yeah. But we are starting to run low on priority tasks, which is good because then all this stuff we've delayed is going to move up in priority. Okay, yeah. Text wrapping. I don't like the sound of text wrapping. Okay. Okay. Restroom break. I'm gonna grab a snack, some leftovers or something, and then we'll press on with the rectangular flipping of our text. I think that's the plan. That's what we'll do. So I will be back shortly. Back run. Be back soon. And see y'all in a minute. Okay. And we are back in it. So, text clipped to a rectangle. Viewport games with the camera. I don't like. That is one way we could accomplish it. I think we need to do this the other way, the right way. So let's go to assets. We're going to look at our shaders, text, and our text fragment shader. Okay. So maybe we make a uniform vec4 source rectangle. Maybe with doubles and alignment. Did we actually use alignment anywhere? I think we put it in preparatory to use, but instead we've got the concept of these. No, we're not using it anywhere, I don't think. I think we can remove that. Boom. And if we make all of these loads, then we can just pass our rectangle object. Is that what we want to do? We can pass a rectangle as a vec4, and it will just give us the XY width. Okay, so let's go back to our texture or vertex fragment. So I'm thinking uniform is the default rectangle. 0, 0 width height. What if we default to 0? How much will that break? It shouldn't break much. Let's see how much that breaks. Clean debug. No, we don't want to save that just yet. We want to see if simplifying our rectangle makes our lives easier. Yeah, clean this crap. So, snack time. Have some leftover salmon from the other day. Other leftovers will snack on while that builds. On a bit of a diet these days, otherwise you'd see me eating an awful lot more sugar on stream. I don't think I've had sugar in 6, almost 7 weeks now. Gotta fix the damage I've done to my body over the last few years. By few, I mean like 15. Might not believe it, but there was a time in my life where I was in good shape for my situation. I would never be a world-class athlete, but, you know, felt good, had energy, could do activities I wanted. Then I got a desk job, and over the course of 15 years, too much alcohol. No, actually, I don't even drink. Just sitting at a desk killed me. That's what ruined it. Welcome back, Brian. Sitting at a desk is not good. You should make sure you get exercise, watch your diet. Okay, nothing's broken there. So let's just run it, make sure. Top, center, left, right, center. Line spacing, character spacing, all those look fine playing the game. So I just restructured. Fundamental data type, and I'm making sure I didn't break anything. TAS, no L, no I, therefore C, UH, therefore R, no E, sort of charts. No, nope. Tracks. Carts. There we go. So nothing's broken. Here we say ask, don't offend. No, I'm not easy to offend. One day I'll know what it is. Maybe I'll try some workout. Classes are back. I'll have games today. I don't know. Thinking that the teacher will make it look boring anyway. Yes, actually. Semester project will be fun. What's your semester project? So what you're talking about, I'm a big fan of. You should get a good active hobby to counteract sitting at a desk all day. You should, and yeah, teachers have a definite tendency to make classes more boring than they need to be. So let me actually, there's a paper I like to share out. Let me find it, I'll share it again. Lockhart's Lament. He's talking about math, but it's true of so many subjects that it's just a good paper to read overall. Basically, he's like, why do we teach math like this? Oh, of course, the dumb, stupid. Who puts an apostrophe in the link? Good gravy. Well, you can copy paste the link anyways, even if you can't click on it. But anyway, he basically says, why do we teach math this way? This is not how we learn. This is not fun. This is not interesting. This is not good. And I think the same thing happens in a lot of subjects. So, okay, so changing rectangle didn't break anything. That is a very strange artifact. I do not know what it means. Because we have gone to play. Oh, now it shows up. See, I don't know. It's like it decided that the spacing was 0, which, oh, okay. Ah, thanks. Okay, so maybe I do like this is text has two elements now called character spacing and line spacing. So text.cpp Yes, this is a problem. We have multiple constructors and we didn't put the thing in all the constructors. Multicolor text. So the spacing was a negative number. That's the only way that could have happened. So again, same thing here in multicolor text. Boom. But now that'll never happen again. A rectangle now looks the way we want. I'll give it some read. I don't know if it makes sense. So he compares it to like learning art. He's like, when you teach art, you don't be like, here, you have to memorize the brushes, and if you don't name the colors properly, you can't move on, right? Maybe at the end of your 8th year of studying art, will let you hold the brush, right? Which is kind of what math is, right? Here, you have to do this, you have to do this, check, check, check. Like there's no play, there's no game involved in learning math anymore. They took the joy out of it. They took the form of people who know what they're doing and put that into a checklist, as opposed to asking the people who are really, really good at math, how did you get good at math? So we're not teaching how to learn math. We're instead teaching a checklist of things that people who are really good at it can do. Hey, look, it doesn't come in with weird spacings. Settings, back, play, surrender, clicked. Yeah. Okay, so that weird bug is gone. Alright, back to text vertex shader thingamajig. We said let's take a vec4 called u a clipping rectangle, and we want to out vec4 v. I forgot what v stands for. Oh, why have I blanked on this? I had a prefix for it. Basically, it's these shared values between that are passed from the vertex shader to the fragment shader. What does v stand for? I don't remember now. Anyway, clipping rectangle. V clipping rectangle equals u clipping rectangle. U is pretty uniform, I remember that. I'm studying because I want to be good. Yes. I agree. That is a good reason to study. However, there's an element of play that the really good ones end up with, right? Or even when they're doing something you think is really technical, they're just playing. So here's my problem with this answer. In vec4 clipping rectangle, is that we have to do if statements, which means that it runs once per every single pixel that it tries to draw. But this could save us texture sampling outside of the clip range. If clipping rect dot, let's just float x equals clipping rect 0. Let's just get some intermediate values here. I'm sure that this is probably optimized away for me. Width and height 3. If width not equal to 0 and height, and height not equal to 0, that means we have an actual rectangle to deal with. We can get the x and the y coordinate. Oops. 1, 1, 1, 1. And color equals that mess. Okay. If texture coordinate, I don't want the texture coordinate. Clipping rectangle. Sorry for my stupid question, but you followed the academic career? Like for everything you know an article. No, I did my bachelor's, so I did my undergraduate studies only. So I went 4 years of university and then I was out. Any articles I know, it's because I read them on my own. Somebody pointed them to me, or I found them in when I was searching for something else. I don't. I am not an academic. I've written too much real world code to be an academic. How do I know the pixel coordinate, not the texture coordinate? I need to think about this. This is me not knowing GLSL. Click in rectangle. I'm just curious if this. Is that a thing? Let's just see if somebody will. Oh, that's just an alpha cutoff. Lame. I don't care about that. OpenGL's scissor mechanism. Is that a feature of OpenGL 3? That's a good question. GL frustrum. GL viewport. See, I didn't really want to do that, but we'll look at OpenGL's scissor mechanism. That is a Windows 32 API. Does this GL scissor? Give me the official docs, please. Okay. Now, if we're going to be reading documentation, maybe I should share the screen. If I remember what all the things I have to do to share the screen are. Okay, so if I go over here to browser, turn it on. Okay, GL scissor. Specify the lower corner of the scissor box, initially 0, 0. In window coordinates. These are all in window coordinates. I would like to know which versions of OpenGL it works. GL4. OpenGL3. Oh. Okay, so this is the document page I need. Good. OpenGL3 scissor is indeed defined. These are ints and sizes. So these are integer. First arguments specify the lower left corner of the box. So we will have to flip all of our things. Except GL scissor box, GL enable, GL viewport. I don't think I have to change the shader at all. I don't think so. Okay. So let's undo everything we're doing here. Flipping rectangle, rectangle. Don't need to do anything in the shaders. I think what we need is underscore enable, flipping enable. We will say by default is not enabled. Okay, which I guess means since we've looked at the documentation, back to work. Okay. So, oh, void set flipping enable full state. Okay. Easy. Then in render, right before the draw, we call if underscore clipping enabled, do some things after the draw call. We undo those things. Okay. GL enable scissor test. Okay. This web page sucks. I cannot copy and paste text properly. Unbelievable. All right, well. GL enable. GL scissor test. We will have to disable that. Done. Then we need GL scissor with XY with height. And we have a rectangle. But all of these coordinates are not the way I want them. I'm just curious to see what happens though. We can just play with it, right? Raw rectangle.x. Let's rectangle equals raw rectangle r.x r.y width r.height. Now, what I'm hoping is the transforms are applied and the scissor is taken into account and all of that is done. I may have to flip the y's. Okay, so then in sandbox scene, init text test this rectangle. Oops. Set rectangle, set text size, set text. This one, dot set, clipping enabled to true. Let's just see what happens. Experiment, learn the hard way. It's the only way to go. Dot object set clipping enabled. One. There will be another error after this one. Oh wow, that did not. Let's just see what happens then. I thought it would complain at me. Is this clipped? So it has to be screen space. we really have to reverse transform to screen space. Is that the answer? And if we rotate anything, that probably ruins the scissoring. This one here will be renderer viewport dot h. Viewport is rectangle. Let's try that. Just see what we get. What did I select? Oh, just rectangle. As long as we don't rotate, this might be good enough. Nope, not seeing it. Huh. Okay. Let's see. This is the stuff that I get stuck on with not knowing OpenGL. OpenGL flip to triangle. Boundaries and clipping. Back to reading documents. Let's see. If we turn on browser. Okay, that's good. Not that kind of clipping. Well, fragment shader clip. Just a second, look at the phone. Darn robocallers. They changed their message just enough. I'm like, wait a minute. Their text to speech is good enough. I can't tell if they're just slow or. Not until I get the word for word same response no matter what I say. Let's see here. OpenGL 2D clipping. It's gotta be something better than GL scissors. I want it to take into account the translation. Z buffer 2D quads. Just by putting the right texture coordinates, reveal the selected part of the texture will be visible. So that's not what I need. Texture rectangle. See, I don't want a texture rectangle. Let's say for each pixel. Inside one of two triangles. Is that legit? Do that. Okay. I don't think GL scissor is the answer. It's been screen space will not take into account rotation. So OpenGL. Are the coordinates a fragment? Fragment coordinate. GL4. So that's not available in 3. Wait a second. Shading language version doesn't work. Okay. The window relative coordinates of the current fragment. Window relative coordinates x, y, z, 1 over w. So here's what we're trying to do. Maybe I need to just talk this out. When I define text, I create a box and I tell my vertex buffer, I lay out my vertex buffer based on this rectangle. And this rectangle is never sent to the GPU at all. What I do get something like rectangles like this. Something like that. Um, okay, navigation is hard. Let's make this bigger just so that things are easier to see. Okay, so I define a rectangle and I say draw text inside of here. Then it calculates these quads and it puts the letter, doesn't put the, it's fine, it's fine. It's just something like this, right? So this is my vertex buffer. It contains 5 quads, and each of them has a position relative to this rectangle. This rectangle represents the transformation that's applied by the transformations, the translation, scale, and rotational changes I want to apply to this buffer. So if I want to clip means what I'm trying to do plus let's have it work out. So I've got something like this plus minus that is trying to draw outside the rectangle. That's what I want. And right now, this section here, this fragment of a quad is being drawn outside the rectangle. I don't want it drawn. I want the edge of this rectangle to cut it off. So instead of text here, right, maybe it's period. Oops. And egg, period. It'll just cut that period glyph in the middle. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. Contains the window relative coordinates. of the current fragment, x, y, z. So I'm pretty sure this value is what I need. But then I need the four corners of my rectangle transformed. Oh, is that the problem? I have my MVP. So I need the four corners of my rectangle. Apply all the transforms to it. Okay, I'm going to pass in the rectangle. Pass in rectangle to compute points of rectangle. Four corners. 3. Apply MVP transform to four corners. And that should give me 4. So this is in object space. It's still an object space. This will change it into screen space coordinates. 4. Construct 2 triangles from 4 corners. So that's fine. Then dot product testing EL frag coordinate in either triangle. Yeah, so this is all vertex shader. Fragment shader. I think that's our plan. I don't think scissor is correct at all. Now, if I'm going way down the wrong road, now is the time for somebody. Oh, I guess you can't see that because I have covered up the there, that's my plan. New plan. I would like a way to know if the two triangles are valid. I can pass in an invalid rectangle to the fragment shader, and it would short circuit steps 2, 3, 4. I need a way to tell the fragment shader if the triangles are at all valid. The easiest thing to do would be easiest thing to do we really won't know if clipping is working the way we want until it's all the way through. So this is our text object rectangle, this outer one. And if our text flows outside, we want to clip the, the texture quads. This is our vertex buffer that we're actually sending to the GPU. So I'm thinking we need to send this outer rectangle to the GPU, to the fragment, to the vertex shader. Compute world space corners. Give 2 triangles, pass those to the fragment shader. Try is to right shader. Then we can dot product test whether these fragments are inside the 2 triangles. Hey, Trevis, did it? I'm good. How are you doing? I'm trying to figure out how to clip my text inside of the intended box for text. And it's stretching what I know about OpenGL. We've already looked at GL Scissor, but GL Scissor works only in screen space, does not take into account the transformation of the object you're rendering. So now I'm thinking about doing an awful lot of math on the GPU to figure out if each pixel is inside or not. It's basically 6 dot products per pixel. Well, per texel. Per fragment. I don't know what the proper terminology is. So I'm hoping this is the right way. But since I don't know OpenGL, and Google's gotten worse at searching, I'm not finding useful results. So I'm just going to try and work my way through it. Just a moment. Okay, that was a sad lad. In Sweden, middle of the night here. Oh, let's see here. It's 3:20 in the afternoon. So I just finished up my snack. Yeah, Sweden. Do you speak Swedish? Are you a native Swede? How far down this road do I want to go? Mathematically, I think this should work. But I don't know if this is optimal. A native Swede, all right. I do not know nearly as much about Scandinavian languages as I should. I just don't have the time, I'm afraid, but Sweden is an interesting place, interesting history. I think we do this. Each step of the way won't cause us any problems until. Oh, I closed it. Okay. That says shaders. texture, vertex shader. Okay. So clipping rectangle. Out back to 0.1 2 0.3. Those are our 4 corners. So P0 equals UMVP times vec4 of let's do the math here. So x equals flipping right sub 0 xy width equals x y 0 dot xy. I think that's it. But a little fuzzy. So we're gonna start at what I'm calling top left to top right. So x plus w y plus height. Uh-oh, come on. Computer's lagging out. What's going on here? Q. Okay. Go around that corner. So what are you doing in the middle of the night? Watching me. That's you should get some sleep. Width not equal to 0 and height not equal to 0. Else they're just going to be all zeros. We're just going to zero fill them. Equals back to 0 0. I think that's it. Part of me wants to get a lot better at shaders. I've seen some cool things on YouTube, but part of me also just wants to get some things done a little faster than learning. Something from scratch, the hard way. Well, I mean, this is the hard way. I'm doing everything the hard way. Okay, so that. Then. Oops. Text fragment shader. We'll declare in back to be. We don't do anything with them. Is that everything I want right now? Does GLSL have Boolean type? That's another question. GLSL bool data type. It does have bool. Bool int, uint, float double, vec234. That'll make sense. Okay. So in here, we can say bool is inside equals true if is inside set the color. Okay, we go into tools bin /embed shaders.exe cd dot. Boom. Okay, so shaders text fragment GLSL. So there's the fragment shader. Looks like all the changes made it there. Text vertex shader. Looks like all the changes are there. I think that's it. Text, it's your shaders, source. Here. We are raw rectangle. Equals our raw rectangle. Set this to, what do they call that? Clipping text B. Clipping rectangle. R.x, R.y, R.width, R.height. Else. Zero, 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 zero. Scissors, I don't think are the right answer. This, I think, might be closer to the right answer. I'm hoping. Oh. Or I'm hoping that OpenGL experts like, oh yeah, here's a way easier way to do that. One or the other. Either one would work. Okay. So, all we've really done is we get our clipping rectangle, we get the four corners, we apply the model view projection to it, which should get us 4 points of screen coordinates, which we pass on to our fragment shader. I think that's as far as we got. And the fragment shader at least tests a Boolean, even if a Boolean is hard-coded to true. So let's compile that. See if it works. That is definitely not spelled right. It compiles. That does not mean it's right. Okay, well, text is still showing up, so I haven't broken anything yet. Which means text fragment shader GLS. I want a function. GLSL function. Core language functions GLSL programming. Must be time to share the browser again. Browser. Core language. So we are using OpenGL version 3.3, GLSL version, line directive, standard macros, reserved names, types, clarifiers, expressions, constant expression, and with the uniform expression, blah, 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 main function. Functions, here we go, recursion. GLSL does not allow recursion. I didn't think it would. Functions. Void. So I can return a Boolean. Point in try. In out. In out. Oh, cute. And there is no return. That is slightly odd, but I guess I'll go with it. Okay. I guess we copy that. Then we hide the browser, because that's the syntax we need. Point in try. Let's see here. Test. Point in try. Back to. It's here. In. Back to. P. In back to P0, P1, P2. Okay, so the question is P inside the triangle defined by P0, P1, and P2. I'm using that in button. Fine. Does contain string screen point. Oh, right, rectangle. There we go. So in source rectangle dot contains. Okay, so that's not one where we're doing this. Where are we doing this? Somewhere we're doing an awful lot of dot products. I remember doing this once. Oh, hey, the bots showed up briefly. If they just hang around for a while and boost my viewer count. I have people drop in, but I can't seem to get a consistent 3 people viewers. Which is keeping me from going, what's it called, affiliate. I guess it makes sense if I don't have that many viewers. And to be fair, this is fairly niche stuff. So what am I doing a dot product test in triangles? We're doing it in color quad. Grab dash R. Dot. I think. I could swear I was doing a dot product check somewhere. Where was I doing it? Maybe it's gone. He's on it. Low effort Z's, welcome back. I know I wrote some code to do dot product testing for triangle containment. All right. Contains. There's a lot of contains functions. Button. Color quad. Maybe that's what we want. Color quad dot. Yes. X, Y. This mess. All of this. Basically. Which we need to transport into our fragment shader. Okay, sign. Void sign is going to take vector 2 p1 in vec2 p2. It's going to output a float s, I guess. It takes 3 vectors. 1 in vec2 p3. I'm liking VC so far. I actually Visual C. Elemental Magic's card game. Hello again. Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a little while. Now, are we talking like Magic the Gathering or Elemental Magics? this a card game I have not played? Is it when you're inventing Magic's an homage to something specific? Yeah, Magic the Gathering's top hit, of course. Elemental card game, Board Geek. BC the Unix package. Oh, yes, I really do need to schedule between games a rebuild my Emacs from scratch session. I really do. I've done work for Wizards of the Coast, but I picked my name because I'm making my own card game. So am I! Just not on stream yet. What's your card game? Ooh, do you have a site? Or I love game design. You can see it at elementalshowdown.com. Free card game, battle game, written in Haskell. Well, alright. I'm going to make sure that this is not like some porn site, but we are going to show this. I like card games. I like card games. I like board games. So let's pop this bad boy up. Elemental Showdown. 5 classic elements. Okay. Haskell, huh? Why did you choose Haskell? Register. Okay. Guess I need to hide away the old screen for a second. Sorry, folks. Gotta register. I gotta use all my throwaway account information. I have like an account for people I know, people I care about. And then I have one for like signing up for websites. Never. Okay, so now I have to turn that back on. Debugging card battle games is very hard, so I wanted the type system to be good. AI or someone else is online. There's also PvP. Okay, interesting. I've glanced at Haskell a number of times, but I've never fully engaged with it, I guess I would say. So let's see. I was turning back on the browser. That's what we were doing. Browser share. Okay, so here's this game. Rules. Okay. Arena. Card list. Ooh, okay, here we go. Are you doing like AI art, or are you stealing public domain art? Arena, stats and decks, prints and links, cool. Tree dog, spawn skill, winter scout, soul skill. Forest druid, forest pixie, queen of spiders. So this is like a very naturey elemental based. Ants, snakes. Defiler. Yeah, that looks pretty awesome. Okay. Mouse is fighting me. Cool. Awesome. Rules. Okay. Firestarter. So let's see here. Playing against the AI, is that these over here? On the left-hand side? Oh, okay. All right, let me catch up here. Rules still in development. Yeah. You can play no draft against an AI. It's like 30% AI art, 70% human drawn. Okay, all right. Oh, a few dozen artists. Nice. No draft against AI. You'll play with the default deck. Change your deck in the deck builder page. Full game consistent. Okay, cool. All right, back to it. Let's try no draft. Whoa. Okay, there's numbers in a grid. Resign, I think I understand that one. Energy. Oh, okay. You act first. All tie breaks are equal. Turn 15. Okay, turn limit. Time limit infinite. I have a certain number of elemental elements, I guess. Mana or similar. Spawn. 5 mana. Okay. Image beyond spawn phase. Good, you did not spawn a card. Opponent spawned Fox Musician. Mana increased from 5 to 7. Opponent's mana increased from 1 to 3. Opponent deployed their card to position 7. Okay, so spawn. Who do I spawn? I need a hand. This is their stuff. This is my stuff. Graveyard. Managed. Okay. Oh, this is my hand. Right. 4 mana. Okay. 3, 2, 5, 4. Okay. What you get for Amazon with Haskell WGP? Your deck has all fire cards, so spawn a card you need to raise your fire level. Okay, so I have to click the up button. The front end is still JavaScript, yes, okay. To spawn a card of level X, you need at least level X in fire and X mana. Okay. The cards on the left are your soul cards. Okay, their soul skills will activate as you take damage. Some soul skills have mana requirements. Okay. Right, so I need to spend a bunch of mana to make my cards usable. Then I can spawn something. Okay, so now he's spawned, and then I can deploy him to any space. I'm not sure what this sword icon means. Click here to deploy your card to this square. Perfect. I guess we should spawn another just for funsies. Do that. Deploy. I cannot deploy. Okay. Select target. That's an attack of 3. I have an attack of 1. I'm probably going to lose. Oh. Blazing Lance is pretty awesome. Attack, rest, move. Enemy row in range. He has good range. Oh. Deploy my card. We'll skip, I guess. Select target. Blazing Lance is pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. Attack again. Boom. Ooh. Okay. +3 attack. Does not bode well. It keeps respawning everybody. Okay. Alright. Swords indicate which column on each row is the next to take damage. Okay. Attacks target rows, not squares. His range is 1, but range ignores rows which contain no living units. Okay. Clearly, I need to take this for a longer test drive. Awesome. That is cool. I like seeing projects other people build on. Everybody, the link is in the chat. Elemental Magic's card game has graced us with his presence and shown us his game. I like it. But I still have to get some work done, so I'm going to pause on the playing and get back to work. But thank you for showing us your game. Cards can revive for a cost of 1 mana plus 1 copy of the card from your hand. If you don't revive, the card will go to the graveyard, and you'll regain the mana cost of playing the card. Take 1 life damage, which comes up for soul cards. If you have no soul cards left, take life damage, you lose. Yeah. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. So I just needed to kill enough copies of that same creature, and then he wouldn't come back. Awesome. Super cool. Super cool. Alright, so I'm getting back to work. Sign. This is dot products. I worked out a little math once for the dot product of I'm sure that this is probably faster in the GPU to use built-in dot products instead of the expansions I've been using. Planar chant, blah blah. That. I wish somebody would put it to me in mathematical terms finally. Usually, letting people put things in too many mathematical terms. Okay, so this is a simplification of actual dot products. Instead of V1, it'll be P0, V2, V1, V3 will be P2. Not the correct syntax at all.
Amalgamation. Oh, hi. Do you have my checkbook that helping here? Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can get my, or I'm gonna put my insurance on that close. Okay, thank you. We'll find it.
So what we're doing is we're taking a point that we think might be inside of a triangle and forming an angle with two other corners of the triangle. As long as we march through clockwise or counterclockwise in consistent order, we'll get a sign for each of those three angles. And if the sign is the same, so if all three are positive or if all three are negative, then we have our result. So is this point in the triangle? This we do not have to code in here. So the trick right now is dot product. I need to look it up. GLSL to product example or dot product. I'm sure there's an easy way to do it. I would be shocked if it didn't. dot xy dot product of two vectors. And I have to remember x. A lot of these terms end up canceling, but this is a GPU. And this is a simplification. Of something. Let's see. Triangle dot product. Pointing triangle dot product. There's gotta be something that gives me a. Okay, so it's V. Oh, for Pete's sake. I mean, I guess that's just the way it is. There's a very centric algorithm which we could also try, but we're going to start with the dot product. I've used it before in other applications, so you know what? I guess we're just overthinking this. P0, P0, P1, P2. That's what we'll do. It has the most overlap with this thing, which is S equals P0 dot X minus P2 dot X times P1 dot Y. It's P2 dot Y.
Yes.
P1 dot X minus P2 dot X. There's a track here. This is P1, P2, P3. Our return is S. So we get D1, D2, and D3. Has a negative value. Does it have a positive value? It has to not have both positive and negative. It has to be either or. Boolean result contains as our output variable. All right, here we go. We are getting closer. Go back to color quad. We were asking in P0, P1, P2 for consistency in naming. I'm trying to. Try to match as best I can. Okay. We ended up calling this twice. Once for top left. Bottom right. I need to write this down. I memorize too much. Sine of our point and our top left and bottom right corner. Oh, no. Top left, top right, then sine of point and top right, bottom right, then point the bottom right corner and the top left corner. That's the first triangle. The second triangle is bottom right and the bottom left, then bottom left to the top left, then our top left to bottom right. Those are our two triangles we need to test against. So, top left, top right, top right, bottom right, bottom right, top left. So that's the first one. If not contains, then we no. Test point and try. GL, what's it called? Drag coordinate. I think GL frag coordinate is a 2D vector. Oh, no, it's not. Not XY. Then it's P0, P1, P2 is inside. If not is inside, then we have to test again against the other triangle, which is bottom right, bottom left. Oops, no. Wait. Bottom right, bottom left, and the top. I think that all matches. Color quad 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 0. 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 0. Okay, so we test our point. If we're in it, we don't have to do anything else. If we're not inside it, we don't have to test the other triangle. If we're inside either triangle, then we get the color. And we're going to make this a lovely error color if it's not inside. Color equals new color times back for which will be red, green, blue, alpha. So things will be very bright green if they're supposed to be clipped. Oh gosh, I hope I did all that right. So shell, we need to embed our new shader. Okay, those are all embedded. Shader warehouse. Text. Fragment shader. Contains the sign function, test point, and try. Is inside, otherwise bright green. Okay, we're gonna try this. No guarantees. Shaders are not a black box to me, but but I can, while that's building, plug in to this thing. GLSL fragment shader. Go text the GLSL. Let's get that and put this in here as vertex shader. OpenGL GLSL. Extraneous semicolon on line 37. Very sad. And then it generates stuff. So that works. So I need to first fix this one. Extraneous thing. Then text fragment shader. Let's test that real quick. In here, we're going with a fragment shader. Paste everything in. Okay, GL frag coordinate. Apparently it isn't a real thing. Scar swizzle, not supported for this version. Scalar swizzle, line 41. Oh. That two. Oh. Manager. Did that fix anything? Coord.y. That probably still won't work because GL frag coord, I guess, is not defined. Compilation terminated, no code generated. So GL frag. I thought that was a thing. Frag coord. Oh, I have to declare it. Okay, fine. So if I go back over to my shader tester, frag coord. F frag coord. Frag coord. I can probably now swizzle that with X. Parentheses. P0 undeclared. That is entirely fair. We go B underscore a bunch of stuff. Oh no, not this one. Down here. E B B B B B. Sorry, I'm just trying to test GL frag coord. U color undefined. Is correct. Compilation terminated. Okay, so that did compile, and I can simplify a teeny tiny amount right there. Okay, this code is going back into here. Sorry about that. Okay. This should be a better version of the same code with some errors fixed that the other compiler caught. Data warehouse. So the text fragment shader is here. Make sure the changes look like they're in. So yeah, these ones have to be the ones we passed in. I still can't remember what the V prefix is for. It means something. It's basically how you pass a value from the fragment shader to the vertex shader, or vice versa. Vertex shader to the fragment shader, but I forget what the V stands for. I use it so that I know where my data is coming from and where it's going to. Like a U is a uniform, which we've passed in somewhere else. Okay. All right. File. Benzene. For those curious, I did it all off screen, but somebody pointed me to this thing, the shader playground. Lets me try out my GLSL, and it gives way better error messages than my graphics card does. Like, my graphics card doesn't tell me when there's an error sometimes, so. Oh, okay, so cool. Character spacing. I don't think we can overflow this one to clipping, but oh, so how is that? So it's not clipping at all, and it's not giving me a weird color. Oh, shaders. The quads are all correct. They're all in the right places. I'm fine with all of that. Taking the... So the rectangle is basically a thing inside this white box. It's offset by like 5 pixels, just so that your letters don't run into the outer edge. Then we calculate each of these quads. Oh. Well, I mean, that's one thing that would be nice. You do font rendering? I'm trying to. I'm using TrueType font 2 library. FreeType 2. And apparently there are still things I need to learn about font rendering. Yes, TrueType 2. All right. So let's go back to Fragment Shader. We're going to sample either way. Yeah, so I wrote my own texture packer and there, let's try that. So thought of depending on Cairo or so. Yeah. So I wanted to get this game up and going, so I chose my 4 dependencies very carefully to speed me along. But I've also been watching some videos on font rendering, and I think I can do it myself. And I would really like to get rid of this free type 2 dependency that I have. But I will do that in the next game, not this one. And maybe I find out I can't. Maybe I'm not that smart. It's entirely possible. The principles are simple enough, but then like I have questions about should I render my font texture map on the GPU, or is it fast enough to do it on the CPU as long as you're properly caching those textures? I don't know. A lot of exploration to do there. Kind of a fun little side project, or dependencies elimination project. But I find that the lower level, the less libraries I use, the happier I become most of the time. I don't think I want to screw around with audio drivers at the lower levels. Port audio is about the level I like. GL math I want to replace. I think I can replace free type 2, which would leave me with only 2 dependencies, which would be even better. But anyway, all that aside, we clearly have issues. So we need to re-embed our shaders. Text fragment color equals green times our symbol. So that might help quite a lot. So we build it. I really want green to show up outside the bounds of my rectangle. That would be a sign of victory for us. And there it crashes. Failed to compile fragment shader syntax error, expected things at some token, which means I have a typo, which will be way easier to find. I just copy this code into the shader tester. It will tell me where my problem is. Line 55. Oh, semicolon. Semicolon. So we can fix that easy enough. This right here. So we re-embed. Shader warehouse file. Mickey Maven, it's long ago though when I looked into what FreeType does, but I remember fonts being very complicated. Yes. Yes, they are. However, I don't think they're completely unmanageable. I've watched some videos and it's Bezier curves with a direction and a winding fill. Now, those are non-trivial, but I think it's doable. I would schedule myself a reasonable amount of time to solve that problem. That is not like a 1 or 2 day problem. Like, I don't know how long, 2 weeks, a month. There's a lot of corner cases and caveats, but I think it's doable. Okay, it thinks everything is outside the rectangle, because that is bright green. And there's no way for me to check my math in a shader with log statements or a break point or anything like it. But at least we're getting green. So, okay, here's the deal. We turned GL frag coord. My understanding is this is screen coordinates. Input variable contains the window relative coordinate, x, y, z, whatever. The value is the result of fixed function that interpolates primitives after vertex blah blah blah. May be redeclared with the additional layout qualifier identifiers. Origin lever left. Oh. Or pixel center integer. Okay, we have a couple of ideas. There's also the fun stuff about how characters and lines are differently spaced in a complicated way. I actually just went through that yesterday. I decided to go for multi-line text yesterday and today. So like what you see is basically the result of like 4 hours of work to make it from single line to multi-line. It's like figuring out the alignments and the offsets wasn't that bad. And then we went ahead and added our own custom character spacing and line spacing. And everything still works, so I don't... there's some bookkeeping to keep track of for sure. It's not trivial, but it actually wasn't that bad from pre-type 2. Now, I'm doing nothing about kerning, and I'm definitely not supporting right to left text. But, you know, for simple ASCII-based English, this is working pretty good for me. You then build on that. So geofrag coordinate. So what if the problem is that I'm not flipping the Y? When I create the part of the MVP is that my camera flips the screen upside down so that my top is 0, the bottom is the screen height. But then everywhere else, when I'm doing a vertex buffer, I'm flipping the Y coordinate. So is that my problem?
Yeah.
If I flip the Y coordinates in my vertex buffer, that fix it. Reembed shaders, shader warehouse, file. It did rebuild shader warehouse. Now, run it. Those are not black. Let's just keep adding stuff. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. Yeah, it just thinks everything is outside. And there's no way for me to... Oh, that's not true. Text fragment shader. If we're not inside, we just do this. Although that will be just a rectangle. Let's put that back in here. Let's just hack it in here. Texture fragment shader. So just hacking it ourselves. So basically every single pixel run by the texture, by the fragment shader, will be shaded green or... So it's just the rectangles. I think all of them are outside, but I have no way to know where I've screwed it up. Top left. Top right. Bottom right. Bottom left. Yeah, that looks good to me. Okay. What if all we're getting is this? Well, no. We have... if vp 0.x equals v equals 0 and v 1.y equals 0 and v dot 0. Basically, if we get 2 points that are the same and 0, it's because I deliberately set them that way. P1, P1. If I'd set 2 points the exact same and they're both zeros, then is inside equals true. We're done testing. We're just not gonna click. Else we have to test. That should make no functional difference. In fact, I don't think that that's necessary at all. So when we do these dot products, if this is 0 and this is 0, well, maybe this saves us. It doesn't save us anymore. Every pixel has to do this. A lot of duplicate paths happening. I don't think it saves anything. Okay, so possibility 1. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom left. So that is clockwise. This one is bottom right, bottom left, top left. Which is counterclockwise. It doesn't matter as long as you're consistent. Sine. I assume standard mathematical operators apply. Oh, precedence applies. This doesn't change anything. We've already seen it in action. It doesn't change anything. Oh, I think I'm close. I can't see the math. I can't know. There's no debug output here. Green. It's all green. Everything's green. That Q R S. Yeah, that's just not working for me. It's all outside the rectangle. Okay. We're gonna go to what's it called? Scene. This one is the clipping rectangle we're testing. Where to die? See, we set clipping enabled. This is a longer string to test things and stuff. Don't judge me. Don't deserve mistreatment. Let's get lots of text, big text, all over the place. We'll see if there's something above or something below. Maybe I just have a translational problem. It doesn't look like that's the problem. We'll make everything huge. I would like some of these dadgum characters that are green to turn black. But none of them are. I'm going to render this one last. Sandbox scene. Render, I want the clipping one to render after everything else for now. Just so that the green is always on top. And if a character happens to be counted as inside, then I'll be able to see it. Okay. Big spacing. If we align it with the top or the bottom, right. Bottom centered. Oh. It is just not finding any of those characters to be inside the rectangle we are sending it. I think this is a valid method. I think it should work. Here's our clipping rectangle. Everything else is getting the default 0, 0, 0 rectangle. So we're just setting zeros. So the only one that's doing anything is this one. XY with height. 4 flips. Let's get those right, and then we apply, just like we would with our position. Right, these are positions. Position, 4 vector, yada. Our camera transform to our position of a corner of our rectangle. That gets us these 4 values. I think this is right. A quad. Also, I know there's a shader toy, but I think it's fragment shader only, and I can't pass in a lot of stuff. So, how do I test what the positions of these points are? I can say draw point. Is that a thing we want to do? All right, let's draw point. Void draw point. In 2P. The distance. Let's see here. Back to distance. But I don't want to actually the distance. We can just calculate it. Float d squared, distance squared, equals GL frag reward dot let's just go crazy. Float x equals this thing minus p dot x. Oops. dy equals coordinate y distance squared equals dx times dx plus dy times dy. Write the sum of the squares. Okay. If distance squared is less than, well, let's say 10 pixels. No, well, not 10. Square root of 10, which is like what, 3-ish pixels? So 25 pixels. Square root 25, 5 pixels. Let's go 100. Color equals let's go with a nice yellow color. Draw point P. Oh, we can give it a color, right? We can give it a color. In back for color. The point P will be blue, I guess. That for red, blue. Hold on. Then frag coordinate underscore. Let's see. We'll make red 0.75. Two, three, red, yellow, green, and something. Just that's not what I wanted. But two red shaders. Run it. Don't see any of those points drawn up anywhere. Oh, shader warehouse probably isn't built. Text fragment shader draw point. Oh, that is in there. And a whole bunch of different colors and things. So it's not drawing those points anywhere. curious. I would expect those points to appear like right here. Here. But they're not. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Okay. We're going to the shader toy. Shader toy, resources, shader playground. Not that one. Shader toy. Alright, I guess that means I need to share the right window. Back to the browser. There we go. Alright. Shader toy, new. Out vec4 fragment color, in vec2 fragment chord. They're automatically giving me some items. Let's do void draw point in your text. Was copy and pasted on this idea here. In vec2, in vec4. Let's see. Vec2. This is all. Why? I don't want to freaking. I don't want to freaking. Get off my screen. Stop. Okay. 0.5, 0.5. Right coordinate. That for some color or another. Let's just go. This. That. Compiling. Can we run it? Let's take to compile. Translated shader code, not helpful. Oh, frag color. Like to know. Vec for frag color. Color. This may be Isn't shader toy supposed to like do stuff with this? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, if you can't type in shader code, have it run. Like, isn't that the whole point? There's literally no feedback. Like, compiled. Oh, so it did compile. Run it. It doesn't look like it's running to me. Oh, normalized pixel coordinates. Yeah. Oh, that's UV color. Don't care about that. Fragment color. Fine. What if we just comment out anything I added? Just so we can get an output. Should have a time varying colored background here. Okay, I don't get it. This tool is probably very helpful if you know what you're doing with it. I surrender. We're going to go back to doing this the hard way. Well, leave. Okay. And my internet has died again. Rebooting the router. Sorry. Stream's over.